So, we shall begin. Again. Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. I know, I am interested to see what comes up with Athena. So far, Dual Destinies hasn't left as good an impression as some of the previous games. But there's still been some really fun moments and I've been enjoying it. But holistically as part, I think that's something too, holistically. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy was a lot more planned out with the 3 games than this one is. There we go. With the 3 games, I apologise, Dual Destinies. In Spirit of Justice, I have not started, okay. What was the last one up here? Turnabout for tomorrow, trial day 1. I think I left in a decent spot. This 20th of December, 11 past 3 in the Arvo. History Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. That's right, we have Pearly back. She's a little older now. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Oh, good. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. I read Cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. Never mind previously, 7 years ago. And before. And a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. Ooh. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Ooh. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. Oh yeah, boys, Edgeworth time. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. Not if you spirit channel me again. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only person who can do it, Pearls. Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. I need to remember the details of the case after a couple of... No, that's not a couple of weeks, that's 3 weeks. Whew. Alright. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. Duh, there's people in there. Okay, what were we doing? Got the earrings that stone was cut from real moon rock. Recognition and communication features of the Ponko series robots. Can determine the presence of a human with heartbeat detection. Yeah, uniform jacket ID tag, which is why Ponko was thinking that Apollo was Clay. Also facial features once it's been registered. And can infer emotions. Advanced stuff. Cause of death was stab wound to the chest. Well, that is metis. Between 1 and 3 on the 7th of October, instant death due to stab wound. That's right. The case 7 years ago, and this is a retrial. Victim's body was found on the operating table, katana, victim staff jacket. Alright, because we're doing this trial in the destroyed courtroom. Okay. Yep. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. The robots on the stand. Court is now in session, all rise. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. That's cool, they changed the background and everything in here. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. The classic handshake. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after, if we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Oh, anime cutscene time.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also...
Why doesn't he have his glasses in the anime cutscene? But he has glasses on his 3D model. I didn't change any of the outfits on the characters. But I'm noticing that right now. Yeah, what if it rained? Well, I guess it wouldn't be in this courtroom, would it? Or they'd carry on. They'd battle through for justice. Hello, Lockham. This immense tension between us is like we're picking up right where we left off. I'm sort of half-half on these anime cutscenes. It's cool to see the anime cutscenes, but it doesn't match the voices I'm doing at all. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? Oh, what voice did I have for him? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. Hey, Slick Brit, how are you doing? I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. Oh, that's tomorrow. Not particularly. I didn't miss anniversaries, but I might rewatch the Star Wars movies through May though, because it's been ages since I actually rewatched them. Oh, that'd be good. And I miss Revenge of the Sith in the cinema because when I was away, there was no cinema close enough to be practical that was showing it. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe in myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. I mean, I've got the right shirt for it now. And I have EU shirts now, which is nice. But also if I was to do... Look young for my age. Thank you. I do get that a bit. Also, if I'm just... Side tangent. If I'm to celebrate Star Wars anniversary, it's probably going to be on the days of the releases of the movies rather than on the superficial 4th of May day. So on the 16th is the Attack of the Clones anniversary. On the 19th is Revenge of the Sith and the Phantom Menace. On the 21st is Empire Strikes Back, and on the 25th is Return of the Jedi and the original Star Wars movie, now titled A New Hope. So I'm more likely to celebrate later in the month than earlier in the month, because a lot of them were closer together. I feel like a super boomer. Oh my goodness. As more things come out, I'm like... Let's continue. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Rower, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, of course, you're right, I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Well, let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. Hey, he doesn't have his glasses on now. He must have taken his glasses off for the anime cutscene and not put them back on. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on the 7th of October. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo which captured the moment of the crime. Which theoretically could have been at a different point in time after the crime was done. but it would be odd that he was carrying the katana. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. Yeah, because Trucy is one of the hostages, and we gotta protect Trucy because we gotta do the proud dad moment of somehow doing our job and all this. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the child's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony. And just who is this witness anyway? What? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy. What with confining and threatening the hostages and all? Well, that doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonco. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And although her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. He looks so weird without the glasses with this model now. Damn, okay. Maybe it's because the face looks too clean, not as much detail on the model. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Here we go. Aura Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time, and they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why were the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And remember, that's just a theory. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there are other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of different size, all different sizes. So 3 cases. There are 3 cases here. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Blech, English. Yes, much better. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated in the court record. Well, that case, by the way, was later discovered as on the Space Center grounds. Okay. You see the picture there. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. And that is what the evidence is saying, yes. They do the facial reaction pretty good there with that side eye and the slight grin. Pretty good look there, Edgeworth. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. Hey, I thought you weren't supposed to play ads until an hour in. Shenanigans, I tell you. With this ad system, I played a 3-minute ad with the starting soon, and that should have stopped the ads for an hour. Why is it? Fine, I'll just let it go. Well, as long as it's a burden for society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright of the court, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. One McBurger.
Hold it!
Oh, pardon me. So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, and that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so yeah, let's keep going.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place? It thrives off the subtle sexual energy. Well,
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Yes, Edgeworth, call it out. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Ha 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 ha! No, I know what they mean when they say it close enough to argue. Moving on.
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? So the biggest case. Okay. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? Fulbright, you have the notes, you idiot. You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case?
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Wait, Edgeworth is watching Trucy's magic shows? Edgeworth is the godfather, surely. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. Yeah, you know he's supporting a homie. But then everyone wants to go. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. The vibe's great with Edgeworth back.
Hold it!
Well, there's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock. You don't sound convinced, Phoenix.
Objection!
Objection! So it's pretty close to the voice I had for him. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. Actually, that objection doesn't really seem to match the voice he had in the anime cutscene as much. Interestingly, at least to me. It seemed a little different. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
I went away from his voice, didn't I? What am I doing? I clicked T for history. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yes, 100%. Always bluff it. Bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. So, do we have the 2 pictures? The katana. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with... Okay, so the katana's here, so that wouldn't be the katana. This photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. I still kinda wanna say the katana. Main rock was stolen. Hope catcher can be seen on the workbench. Rolling cases. Robot charging station toolkit. Hanging scroll and Japanese theatre mask. So before? No, this is after. And this is after. So we need to go this first picture versus this. I'm not seeing it at the moment. The only thing I can think of is the katana, but that's in... Oh, wait! No, my brain was almost in the katana as an icon in the corner. No, I don't have 1 out of 4 katanas. The katana's not in there. The only thing I can think of is the katana. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? How do I save here? Okay, so if I go to the court record, I should identify something and try that before. And this was after. It was clearly showing this. Are we sure this was a... I'm gonna try the katana. Katana has blood on it.
Take that!
He took this. That wasn't his. I'm afraid I never heard mention of that being removed from the crime scene. Of course you didn't. He saw straight through that. Okay. Of course Edgeworth saw straight through it. He took... Oh! Oh, he took the arm! Duh! I didn't realize that was the same trolley first. Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo, taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. It was the inflatable banana! I mean, close enough. The robots have inflatable bananas for arms. I'll believe that. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... Wait, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Phoenix! So I'm wondering about this. Because it has the wrapping Athena put on it. So, yeah. Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't a thing in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? Wait, are we going to blame the robot for murdering Mattis? We can't be certain that the part belonged to a robot. Also, the crowd's 100% just here to see Phoenix and Edgeworth. In a court scenario, that's the way this world is. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that that is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. Come on, Judge. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Yeah, that one.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. I like how they have carrot boxes under the robot sitting at the witness stand. Also, I bet that Aura juicing up hunk of junk or clonko and it doing the whole rebel speech was probably foreshadowing to the robot doing the murder. Maybe Aura was the one who did it and Simon was covering for her instead of Athena, so there is some truth in that Simon was covering for someone. I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, and the robot couldn't possibly have fit in there. The case does come out to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her with a katana. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. I was saying that. I was thinking he used a katana. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. So a theory right here. Is that Ponko was in murder mode with the rebellion and that and murder matters. Came to his senses, her senses, whichever, thought, oh, just like Athena thinking robots healed like people, people should heal like robots. Therefore, put Metis on the table to be healed. Let's see how right I am. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? Exactly what I was saying as well, Phoenix. You're on it. You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean that. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. They must have red blood as well, or red whatever lubricant in their system. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Okay, so Simon still did it after Metis was killed. Most likely, the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. He murdered Ponko! Well, that's the real thing he should be locked away for. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Yeah! That's fun. That sort of thing couldn't be done if they were using 2D models quite as easily as 3D. So there's some fun extra interactions they can do with the characters, which is one of the big things in Ace Attorney. Or animations, I should say. And again, they could. Yeah, anyway. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Matter of the crime updated in the court record. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Oh, his glasses are in his pocket. I didn't notice that before. Well, I do now. They're hanging the weird... Oh no, they're so... Oh, okay, that makes sense. He hung them a weird way. I would have hung them the other way. Oh, I guess they stand out more like that. Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Foolish Wright. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. This is a very start, so I get this. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. But if she was there, wouldn't we see her legs in between his legs in this picture right here? That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Professor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A bloodstain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Professor Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones are made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. Why is the band around the back of... I guess it was to make it not mess up her hair that the band was around the back. But they keep slipping back. Like, if I had the headphones like this, they're already falling off. See, they fall off easily. Why? Anyway. They would be special headphones if they stay up that way. He said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp, indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah, he's so classy. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against him.
Objection!
Now we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Robot witness? Oh, come on, we've had a parrot. What do you think, Judge? Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of the witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Yes, exactly what we want, Edgeworth. Robot. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you're at a witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. Ah, he's doing the angry face. I still like the original 2D sprites a lot more for that, but hey, he looks so edgy like this. Is it gonna go Bully Maguire on me now? You know, the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m., and in the robotics lab. Certainly, just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. Murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. Wait, and now he's calling it a little girl. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Indeed. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. Got my regular recharge. Autopsy report, sorry. 1 to 3. Between 1 and 3, okay. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. The actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Yeah, stop being surprised, Phoenix. Come on. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. Yeah, we can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it, robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both yourself fruitful any cross-examination can be. Indeed. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 PM, around the time of the murder. That's right, and go every day at 2 PM.
Hold it!
Alright, Mommy met us. Hugged her, which Edgeworth took me to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If I listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. I detected the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know, I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid I don't know, I'm very sorry. A robot was just designed to go into sleep mode automatically. So it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. A workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. And then at the time, it looked clean. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement? Yeah, of course there is. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay, so that'd be the added one. What if I press the others? I was cleaning a room when Mr. Simon came in. Prosecutor Blackwell, I wonder what he went there for. His objective, I don't know. I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if... All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. And the answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Punko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she's now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Punko's testimony that are hard to interpret. I chose to interpret hug to stab. But I'd rather try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena, I'm going to save you, yeah. Alright, as always, just if there's any more interesting dialogue there. Alright, press this one. Let's see, there are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy Metis's prized possession. Okay, so in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theatre mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement? So we'd have to present on this probably. And I would imagine it's the photos because you don't have a lot else to go off of.
Objection!
Yep. Punko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. Ooh. Was she sick? And that's why she had this medicine thing here? So it's just injections she was giving herself to try and be better? And she was weak and that's why being hugged made her fall over? Well, it could explain 2 very different locations of the body. I'll tell you one. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Punko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I'm very relieved to hear that. I'm glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Punko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I don't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favourite colour. What can I say? Or color. If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. I do like the waggly fingers in this version. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. I reckon those people were scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So, it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, or do we not? What? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ah! This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. But wouldn't Metis have been a facial recognition of that? Her face be registered? Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on and draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. Yeah, there it is. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. Now she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. The killer used a mask. So if the killer didn't have an ID tag and couldn't be recognized by the face, the only thing is the heartbeat. With the facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Is I reading that right? And was stained in blood, yeah, okay. The Ponko's red anyway. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. Well, what? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions will blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read the robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? And that's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But she didn't understand how robots were fixed. And in the end, my mum just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mum did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Okay, she would do that, huh? Hey, Jayland! Yes, we have Edgeworth destroying Phoenix. It's back in the day once again. Let's go. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. But Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. Judge's wife, who is a robot, 100%. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. And the reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. He just went for it, not even listening to Phoenix. Well, that can't be true. That was a bit unique. The first one had a delayed couple of ones after it. Let's go. So, okay, here's another theory. Ultimately, is Athena already saw her stabbed, got blood on her, tried to go, I'll fix her, put her on the table, or got her put on the table to try and fix her mother so she wouldn't die. But of course it didn't work. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. This is getting dark. And I guess it is the dark age of the law. Maybe that's what it really means. The story's getting dark. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? It's Edgeworth, bro. Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. He really is the Edgeworth. He's an edgy boy, alright.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her, See, there we go. I suppose there could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth. Mr. Wright, your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough. But, yeah, Phoenix needs to get good, like... Okay, what have we got? There's earlier stuff from the case. There's some modern day case, not 7 years ago. She was wearing a jacket! Because it has a slash through it! There's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Come on, Phoenix, get good! But Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? Look. It has a slash through the jacket of Metis, which means she was wearing it, which means Ponko would have recognized the body. Why was that not a point that we've gotten to yet? Yeah, Prosecutor Friendly Fire. Well, what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the sand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Okay, this is a role reversal. Usually he's the one pressuring people on the witness stand. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But the little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Well, which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponka described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Well, then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. The Judge Tron? Where was it? Oh, it was in the present day stuff. We don't have it as evidence. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. Let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? But Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Aura killed her. Athena, what are you feeling okay? Alright, she's up to it. Because that's what I'm thinking. So they were working together on the project. Metis did the programming, and then once her job was done, Aura wanted all the glory or something like that. Simon covered for her, took the blame because he found that Aura had killed Metis, and boom. And now she wants Simon to be proved innocent, but she's trying to go about it in the way that Athena would be declared guilty. They're trying to put people in the spot that, oh, if Simon's innocent, then Athena must be guilty by putting Athena as the defendant. I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. Yeah, threefold. Because they were all there too. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you are innocent.
Objection!
Objection! That was relatively close for a falsetto. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Also, is it a coincidence that one of the broken part of concrete reinforcing behind her is a crucifix? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if Aura would know about... No, Aura does know more than she's letting on about Athena. So it's probably also trying to get Athena to face what's happened. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. It's hard as screaming that he didn't kill her. Okay, that's so high pitched. Not as bad as I can do. I guess I can still do this. Yeah, okay. I didn't go quite that high. There we go. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Hey guys, you know, I saw a thing that the Payne brothers are actually they have a better record than Franziska von Karma. I'm like, bruh. That's crazy. They have a better win record than Franziska. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. She is so salty, but she sort of has to learn to accept it and become a friend, right? She's part of Phoenix's nakama. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks, that's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. That's why she doesn't turn up again. It's because Phoenix is here. She's like, I'm never returning to this country because Phoenix is here. And that just reminds me of my loss. Also, yeah, that one in the back up the top right here looks so much like a crucifix that has to be sort of intentional. How that was placed. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But, Miss Sykes, do you realise what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Alright. Wasn't there a song? Oh. Was it this one? Hang on. Slight diversion. I don't know if this will have to be cut in post, but... Is this the one I'm thinking of?
Sometimes when the world seems so big and real,
Voice of the Heart. Intermission.
Sometimes you may wish you could be like your shadow.
The blinking in the background from the game.
Whenever the night's too deep to find, and the morning is too far away.
The blinking is the DJ for sure. Of course. That's topical, isn't it? Alright. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. I found Athena there instead. There's a happy? Okay. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Happy? And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. So he was happy about... He's happy about saying it probably because it helps cover for him. So, okay, I'm going to try and pinpoint this anger. Okay, yeah, I didn't think that was right. Unexpected emotion. She was angry at Dr. Sykes. That's reasonable. Happy to find Athena, maybe? Yeah, that was the other one there. Yeah, it has to be that one. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. Uh-huh. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that. Ah, all according to Keikaku, indeed. Yeah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Info update. You're relieved. Oh, and there's even a pat on the head. What if he was relieved for a different reason? Well, we wouldn't be able to pinpoint that here. But what if he was relieved they're like, oh, she's not dead yet. I waited for her to return. Why was he so happy with waiting? Okay, it's not that one. At least it doesn't really have penalties for this. He had to pose, of course. That's how he waited. He had to pose exactly like this and wait. What if we go the anger? Not being there. Okay, it's not that. He wouldn't be happy. These are like bad samurai swords just for the so you don't have cool poses. We warriors. I was relieved. No, that's not right. I don't think. When she died, I plunged the katana in. Wait, you weren't happy. You were happy about that before. Oh, maybe we need to just point out the sad. Okay, we need to point out the sad. I was happy about that before, and then he was sad. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said you killed Dr. Sachi on testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? When you were happy before, so. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for his research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. Well, what? He's not wrong with the motivation. I went to the psychology lab first, so that's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought, as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Ride? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, look at this. The noise level actually increased. Ooh. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
Yeah, suck his brain out, get all the info. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Alright, I'm gonna save it. So, if I remember his testimony, we do have an inconsistency because Ponko said that she was awake when he was there before he went into sleep mode. It sure would be helpful if Apollo was here. What's he doing? Just chilling back at home. Let's do his emotions first. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to trouble him for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Okay. Basically, gameplay wise. Okay. Before I could lead a thing out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Hold on a minute, you're changing your woman testimony right there. Those make sense enough. Why are we angry about that? Yeah, I was thinking that made sense enough too, but I thought I'd try it. I'm really thinking the last case really should combine Apollo and Athena and Phoenix's powers. The Megatama, the perception, and the analytical psychology. Surprise. Okay. You weren't sad. Okay. Summon a spirit. Yeah, why? They specifically didn't have Pearly in the courtroom because they knew that would happen. They brought Pearly in and then don't even utilize her. Right. Pearly was supposed to be with Athena. So if Athena's here, then Pearly should be with her. Well, Pearly said she'd help. That's new. Okay. You were surprised that she came in? Okay, apparently that's not an issue. Why are we shocked about crying? That's it. How odd. Yeah, why were you surprised about the crying if it happened most of the time? You'd just be sad or angry about it, but you wouldn't be surprised. How would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. No, it's a Write Anything agency, actually. Not Phoenix and my rest in peace funeral parlor. It's the Pearly and Maya Spirit Medium Incorporated is a subsidiary company of Right Anything Agency. That would make sense. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Ooh. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right, she ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. So, the theory's coming true, right? Ponko was in attack mode. Mr. Right, it's happening again. There's even more noise there. What the heck is this? It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like this. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first? His testimony, it has to be now. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Alright. Oh, I can't press. One go attack me already retaliated by cutting it into pieces. No choice but to kill mental. Okay. So if we're presenting evidence, we would see that there's blood on the arm, right?
Objection!
Yep, got it. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? Yeah, he did too. We should, I think it'll do that again, we'll get to there. How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain in the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you are claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Haha. Blackwell. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ha-ha! Like the Gordian taking the sword to the Gordian knot, we've slashed his testimony to pieces. Tell the court the truth, Professor Blackwell, now with the wiggle of my magic finger. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you're on the witness stand. You're obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Oh boy. The root cause of all these emotions is this, surely? Okay, not big reading there, okay. I guess that's not it then. I thought that the body might be on the table. He looked kind of more normal then, didn't he? Just noticing that now, because I was thinking too much about the case, I guess, before. No, it's not that. It seems to be here. Okay, let's probe Ponko. Okay, it's not Ponko. Athena! Ooh. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? Yeah, you should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Alright, Dono. I gave you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened the door. That door. Okay. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. Damn! She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, Kid Athena was creepy as all get out. What the heck? Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Yeah, it was a misunderstanding of it. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Damn! No. Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? Oh boy, she's having PTSD now again. Where's Pearly? I. No! Damn. Do we see those cyclops though? When we're in normal I'm curious. Because this would be the thing the cyclops were hiding, right? I feel like we need to see the cyclops breaking to know if that was what was inside her. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena. As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murder. Disassembling on an operating table. A scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
Oh yeah. It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but, yeah. She wouldn't have stabbed her mother. She was trying to fix her. That's twisted, man. You dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Classic story. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted this one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Oh boy. Oh boy! Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Not everyone's. Yours isn't at an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Damn, she's messed up. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. But Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. And the black Cyclops are still there. I knew it. I did a little research. You looked into that special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. I knew I didn't see those break yet. Never. That is also a good rule for Ace Attorney. You can never trust a witness testimony. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, Is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Do we actually see it on it? In the flashbacks, do we actually see it on her hands? I didn't notice. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court right now. She could stab the robot. I know this will come in later because the robot would have ID'd the body. As she was wearing the jacket when she was stabbed. I don't know when it'll come in, but it will come in. Are we gonna prove that Metis loved her at this point? If that's so, the Moonrock earring would be it. Yeah, replace all humans with Ponkos. I mean, I was just watching Bubblegum Crash earlier, and that has boomers trying to rise up to replace humans in a rebellion. So there is that. Boomers being the robots in that world. If you remember Bubblegum Crisis, Bubblegum Crash 80 Police in that area. Because I got the DVD of Bubblegum Crash. I got the Blu-ray. I got a DVD of AD Police. And the weird thing was that it goes in my PS4 and then says, can't play in this region. I'm like, bruh. I guess I did get it from the US, but bruh. I bet my PS2 could play it, but the PS4 won't because of stupid region locking. I hate region locking. They should just remove that for DVDs. I'm gonna try the Moonrock earring. That wasn't it. Okay. Do you do that on the PS4 yet? I haven't been doing that on the PS4 yet. Maybe older consoles I will more. I've already been going on the Gen Gun, the PSP and the Wii at the moment, so I just don't know if it's worth it on the PS4 yet. Yeah, I don't know if I want to completely jailbreak it yet. When there are literally no more games being made for it, 100% maybe. So the tape was showing him walking out. Oh, what was the confession? I can look at the history, that's handy. So there's no question, remember it. Remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and feeling it stabbing deep. Yeah. I wonder if it would be the jacket would stop the blood from running down her hands.
Take that!
No, we're not going that complex. Okay. Or it's a different layer of complexity there. I think we need to prove her hazy memory more, yeah. So The other thing is if there was any evidence to prove it went down onto her fingers. Wait, no, Derv, it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. It didn't reach the handle.
Take that!
Duh! Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? Yeah, because the katana doesn't have it going down to the handle, it stops at a certain point. I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers! And that's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my. Oh my.
Objection!
What if you gave the judge the George Takei voice? Oh my. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
No, that's character. I haven't cleared it yet. And this was used in a rush. So do you see that they cleared sort of the debris around the main area, but not much else? But she also said, there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Okay, gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act on the robot, right? Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon, or the defendant used a different weapon. What kind of options are those? We haven't seen the jacket be on the robot. We've seen the jacket here, it has the stab through it. And we see the jacket on the floor here. It could have been on the robot. Because it was in attack mode and attacks any unfamiliar entity. But I would feel like her face would also be in the facial recognition. Defendant used a different weapon. This looks like blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon of other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. And this time I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sox's life was the katana, that much is for sure. She could have tried to jam the robot's arm into Metis in that kind of warped thinking of, oh, I can put her back together and fix her. If I have a control possibility that Athena didn't use a katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. And did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. Ha! What a comeback, Phoenix. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Wasn't there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that was in the lab. The utility knife. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. That's the only other blade we have.
Take that!
But that's a murder weapon in the Clay Turing case. Yes, and this is the knife that took Mr. Turing's life. And there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Well, then there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Wait. That's part of the toolkit! And this photo was taken after the murder, so the murderer could have taken it out of the toolkit and then disposed of it. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Yeah, it makes Gyaxa. And then that red part, the ends of the stars are on the... whatever that... Oh, I guess that's a file. And then the spanner. And therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
Yeah, it's rearranged Gyaxa. Oh my goodness, I almost read that out properly. See, I'm allergic to that BS. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? And tell me your eye for art is failing you too. Mr. Edgeworth, see what your comment did to me? I had to purge it from the system. Hopefully that's settled now. Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Oh no, don't do it again. I can't handle a sneezing episode right now. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. And if we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design will you see if you were to rearrange the tools? We see it on the front of here, so I'm going to present that.
Take that!
And what design is it supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is a program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brothy the Gyaxa logo signs shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. JAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. And we rearranged it. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Turing case comes into play. If we were to place a utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the JAXA logo. Indeed. So it would, and that means... A minute, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Yeah, but why are we talking like Athena's done it? Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Yeah, therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Thankfully, they made it a doctor, so it wasn't Miss Sykes and Miss Sykes. Because, where's the father at? That's a question. Where's Athena's father at? Obviously, they give the impression that Mattis was a single mother. And she wasn't a Mrs. Sykes, theoretically. But who knows if the papers went through. So who's the father? Yeah. Well, this part would reach the hilt much easier. Doesn't in the Clay Terran one, but that is a different murder. Very well. I suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution has attempted to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. The contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. Oh man, I so wish for a case like this. but they're gonna topsy-turvy it so that the charge isn't true. I really wish for one where Phoenix loses. That would be so cool. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix, right. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I really want Edgeworth to stop Phoenix here. Yeah, I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. What if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Anime law, my guy. Is giving it really the only option? We have to have our flashbacks to get more power. We have to scream to achieve Super Saiyan. No, snap out of our Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Okay, he has to do this thing. Thankfully, he didn't repeat the thing, oh, I have to turn this on its head, like the other cases in this game, this Dual Destinies did. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Punko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. A third person was at the scene. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing the whole time because it couldn't be just the two of them. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Punko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Punko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Punko's facial recognition by covering their own face. Duh. But what about the heartbeat detection? Yeah, but wait a minute, Punko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Punko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person? Twisty freshness! This mark is not from when Metis wore it. It's from the third person. That's why she is not wearing it and the jacket is dropped on the floor there from after someone stabbed her. So someone is posing as Metis because it was her jacket. If the culprit poses a victim, that would explain why Punko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Punko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, her jacket. Because Apollo was confused as Clay Terran by wearing Clay's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But they still lose the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Punko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Bet. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Yeah, the jacket is the ID. We've seen that. I don't know if you remember, but when we were in the robotics lab with Aura Blackquill and Aura and Apollo were talking, Klonko, I think it was Hunk of Junk, was referring to Apollo as Clay because Apollo was wearing Clay's jacket. Big clue right there. Now that Mr. Wright was finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we may move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realised something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Punko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Punko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Miss Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was the third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Let's go.
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
Classic Edgeworth. After all we've been through, Miss Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. That's true. Conker's strange malfunction. Yep, called it. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. It's the jacket. I knew it. They did a flashback just to show you. That was another case of mistaking an identity, but caused by a jacket ID tag. Or because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. I didn't even know Apollo was registered in the facial features, but that makes sense because we went around with Apollo and Athena to investigate the case there before. So it did change it when I had the bandage on. So yes, and if a facial recognition failed because of the mask, would have read the jacket. Like Miss Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Yeah, it was a mask there. We know this because it's in the photos of after the crime scene occurred. Right there on the wall. Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Miss Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... Impossible! No, Edgeworth, you should know this by now. A mask! The person who stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes, I remember. Ah! Athena? What is it? Hey! Ah! PTSD again. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? Mask the mask! The fiend has come back! Master the mask has come back to haunt her again. Hey, look. Ah, my head. Ah! Miss Sykes, are you okay? Are you alright? No! It's shaking! The black Cyclops, they're breaking! Oh, this is hype. They're all breaking at the same time. I kind of feel cheated on that though. Like, I kind of get that, but also I feel like breaking one lock at a time was somewhat of an achievement story-wise for a Phoenix. I get that with this though. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. And now Athena will reveal her true self now that she remembers the dark side of the Force and the power that it holds. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... yeah. It's alright, I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. Yeah, how many people will he tell us? I know. Master Mask is still out there. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. That's where the facial recognition failed. And there was a man there.
Hold it!
A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. Oh, that's the rip in the jacket. That makes more sense, doesn't it? How this rip in the jacket was from the edge of the knife catching it rather than a full stab. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Oh my goodness! Christoph Gavin? Christoph had the scar on the back of his hand. You son of a bitch, Christoph! Then he kicked me and I passed out. How many times do you have to appear? I know, right? When I came to, my mum wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Pongo to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. Next minute it works, and she becomes a cyborg. That would be a feat, wouldn't it? A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and pulled on the victim's jacket. This man was the real culprit. Yeah, Mom becomes Robocop. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. The only man we know with a scar on his hand is Christoph Gavin, the son of a bitch. And that mofo... I didn't expect them to connect it to him, and I really hope it does connect back to him, because that would be a really cool callback to Apollo Justice. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theatre mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Yeah, we have only seen Aura wearing gloves. I'm only thinking about who we've actually seen with like a scar on their hand. And that was 7 years ago, remember? That was around the same time, or a little bit after, I should say, Phoenix was disbarred. And then Christoph was doing things. So I'm thinking Christoph Gavin still. And I don't think it was Cosmos. He's just an idiot. Like, I don't think it was Yuri. Possibly it was Aura. But I'm still very leaning Christoph. Like, an idiot with a heart of... Well, he lied all sorts of stuff. He's not like Fulbright, who has a heart of gold and gets things wrong unintentionally. I think it was someone hanging on the wall of the lab. Oh, there's mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Yeah, we got it. The Phantom of the Opera. A no? A no? No, it'd be no, probably. It would be Japanese based. Looks a Paoli? Yes. For Phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is a murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Oh my god. Or you... Even with all of what we've said and the evidence that we provided... Miss Blackwell, that this is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? He says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head. Okay, it's Aura. 100%. She's trying to divert it from being another person in the room. She's trying to pin the blame on Athena. She's just made her prime suspect. Aura's prime suspect number 1 here. She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Oh, she had amnesia, now she suddenly has an eidetic memory. Let's go, Athena. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 PM to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 PM for my regular recharge. Yeah. Yes! Christoph never broke his black Cyclops. That we saw. We never saw the black Cyclops break on Christoph. So what if they were waiting for this to happen? Or they were leaving it for a future game at the time. But what if they're bringing this up here? The scar on his hand. Aura and Simon proved innocent, and Athena. Big wins. But I do find it weird that Aura is trying to dissuade the idea of a third person in the room. Anyway, just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. And yes, I'm saying Mommy instead of Mummy, because that's how it's spelt. I see where you're going with this, if Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 PM. Do I have anything here in the evidence? So as I first wonder if that was a bad ending. That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 PM. I still want the way of the moonrock earring. Yeah, what time did Blackwell enter? That's what I'm curious about. At the time of the crime.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 PM. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? Oh, okay, that's a good question, yeah. Because the video should have been playing. I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. The fools! Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 PM, we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Hold on, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. It's like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime with a bandaged hand. Ooh, we're getting closer to this phantom. He would have taken the mask off because it is still there afterwards, hanging on the wall. And there is the gash, like we see in the jacket here. That would be funny if it was Clay. That would be a plot twist. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I called it, yep, in here. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's? Yeah, and he's dead now because someone else took revenge. Can you see him? There's the sash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife under that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. I can't really see any features here. Okay, I was seeing if they gave anything away. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes. Yeah, by making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. Or to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Yeah, I was wondering about that. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. And here we can't see that. 2 ID tags, maybe? Maybe the killer copied the ID tag? H was right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Pink canister. I don't see a pink canister. The Space Center pamphlet is a breakdown of the Space Center stuff. The capsule is the Hope capsule. That's not pink though. Something could have still been in this. Probably the moon rock. The killer brought it back. Let's go with that. It doesn't look pink. What the hell? I guess it's a lighter shade of red on this corner, but that's clearly like a red stop sign, like don't touch, on the top of it. The rest is white, blue, and goldy. Or brass. Why? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. To reframe the narrative and refinger the killer as Blackwell, or Simon I should say. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus on their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, a man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. You know who that leaves? Aura. Or Yuri. And you know who we're leaning towards here. I would never have thought of that. Order in the court. Well, what is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of these people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. So whoever had that bag, I don't remember who it was. Dang nabbit. If they mentioned it, I don't remember who it was. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theatre mask, it might mean that his facial recognition data was once registered. But, Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win. Right. Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Edgeworth isn't as bad about conceding nowadays as he used to be. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. Master Mask is caught in trouble. Yeah, I really feel like there was opportunity callbacks, Master Mask, because he ended up skipping to another country. Could come back to try stuff when he went, oh, Phoenix Wright isn't in here now. We can try and do some shenanigans. Or test his mettle against Phoenix Wright a second time. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. Now, what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Aura! Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Yes, you wanted to scissor her! Aura, there is something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. Thank you, Simon. You're going to leave that up to interpretation. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Donald. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom, the person Blakewell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. The music was so good there on the timing. I also think of the Phantom from comics, even though I don't really know anything about him. He's a fella that runs around in a purple suit. It was pretty big in comic worlds. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. It could still be Master Mask. It really could be Lock-On. This music's building up to him. This is a different piece of music. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. Ooh! Now Athena can carry on her mother's work! And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, and the spy's probably in the audience and hearing all of this and going, well, I'm gonna crack my pants, I'm leaving. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. I am thinking, who else would there have been other than Yuri? Like, because they're saying it's a man. Right, Yuri. That or it's Solomon. That would be a twist. Or it's Clay 7 years ago. It could be Juniper. That would be even more of a twist. I'm going off that it's a man. So, we prove Solomon Starbuck not guilty of the murder of Clay Tarrant. So theoretically it wouldn't be him. Because it's the same dude that killed Clay. And Clay being killed, theoretically, makes him less of a suspect, but could be. What if it's Apollo? Ho ho ho! Alright. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. Traumatized thrice if she's accused now. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight in all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Don't ask that, Edgeworth. You know it was his prison pocket. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. That was his whole thing? Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Shelley DeKiller delivered? Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it, is all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight. watches it get stolen and disappears on Phoenix. Because you know how we be. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation. Huh. It's the freaking robots. They're planning their rebellion. It has to be Ponko. Juniper. I'm going, no emotional fluctuation. Has to be a robot. It has to be Juniper. I feel like she's been portrayed as having emotional fluctuation, realistically. It has to be one of the robots. Pardon me. A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, not anger, and naturally no fear. So that discounts Yuri. That discounts Aura, because no anger. It discounts everyone. Solomon has only appeared depressed. So we're only left with the robots, unless the anger or the way that Yuri Cosmos was an act. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? Oh, his eyes glowed there. This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. Yep. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. A phantom menace. Ha ha ha! Indeed. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Who's objectioning? You. Apollo! Now you appear just as we're about to get a verdict. Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to Exactly! It was fine how it is! There's a hostage situation and everything! Come on! Aura was gonna let the hostages go! Why would you just extend this? That's to be continued! What the? What is Apollo thinking? Oh, I have to know. The 20th of December. Someone has to pay. Shit, yeah, come on. I don't know why that was a to be continued either. Like, clearly this just carries on. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Stop it, Apollo! What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here, I'm talking about the present case. You umbalunga dingus, yeah. That sounds good. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But Apollo, why would you? Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? I know, right? There's hostages! There's innocent people waiting for this trial to finish. It would have resolved nicely. The hostages would be released. Then you could address this. Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. Yeah, exactly, this is the trial from 7 years ago. My goodness, Apollo. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo, sure, you know, I'm all for the truth. I like the idea that she's using speech to text and then the text to speech through the robot. That adds a bit. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Oh yeah, she's hardcore lesbian for Metis. That is the whole implication of that. She is lesbians for Metis. Maybe so much that if I can't have her, no one can. Right? I might turn the volume up on the music here. But very well. Is that alright with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll let the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Yeah, Apollo is definitely not getting a raise. Like, he could have solved the hostage situation right then and there by not speaking up. And then pursued this case, like, the next day or something. But no! He had to interrupt this. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Taran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Taran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Swapped into the court record. Why? Okay, we've got Phony Fanty in the emergency ladder back and the lighter. We've still got Aura's statement. Oh, well, we've got Aura's statement. What? So what I feel like is we should have had this evidence here the whole time. Not, oh, I'll tidy it up. Oh, I'll swap it around. Because it's all sort of relevant. And the Moonrock earring, we haven't used that yet. And like all of that, like, yes, we haven't figured out what the knob did. Exact. Oh no, the knob, we didn't figure out what the knob did. It was changing over the launch pad with the Space Museum. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. I had a moment. It's Athena's prints on it and the victim's blood. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Taran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when the incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilised the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realise you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honour, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. Why the hell would you do this now, Apollo? But, Apollo, why? Why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Okay, I'll be back in a minute because I'm gonna go to the toilet and then I'll come around a longer ad and stuff. See you in a few moments. No, that's a bit sus. Mother Miranda.
Is everything in order? No one.
ASMR streaming. Where does this start and where does it end? gold bag returns, yes. Yep, it says it here. This is in the base game, age 59. At the start of the game. It's probably a bit low res since I zoomed in. Life. Zip zop, bo-oba, honk, a honk. Life, there you go. Trace on. No, gotta do the actions right. Trace on something. All right, now I'm ready for the big one. How was it said? Something like this. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unaware of loss and not aware of gain. Withstood pain to create weapons, waiting for one's arrival. I have no regrets. This is the only path. My whole life was. Unlimited blade works. Let's just talk to Nadia.
Sorry, I'm still... Everything's so hard.
That's what oh. Oh boy. Surely I'm the majestic human specimen that you are following. Alright, let's see what bloomin' Apollo has to say for himself. I don't even know what to think about him right now. Hold it! What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene, and she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terry. My bracelet reacted. Ooh. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, what is my blanket doing? Get out of the bloomin' cord. There. My bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Yeah, but you've still got one eye there. Surely you'd be able to perceive it with one eye. It kind of does explain the random eye patch though. Which isn't really an eye patch, it's more of a bandage. I don't know why I didn't get a proper eye patch. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
And that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Yeah, I guess he has a point. Wait, So his whole premise is on, oh, my bracelet reacted. No, to be fair, that is also the whole premise the defense has made, but it's really weak from an outside perspective. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. Okay, yeah, you need evidence along with them.
Hold it!
And that's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with the fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to it. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? He's looking at it objectively, so like a prosecutor would look at it as a way to see that she could be the killer. Anyone who utilized the launch pad to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. And there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Yeah. Why didn't we check this before? Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. Yeah, Dark Athena theory. Let's go. It must have been when the camera captured it. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
It's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be, but if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is a vintage of Phoenix Wright. That's a good quote right there.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Why is he saying this to Apollo, who is not the defense on this case? Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own co-worker? That's not necessarily true. Bruh. You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Now we're getting all our flashback pics. He was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have his doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Miss Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? The rubbish shoot. Yes. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Okay. We're gonna do a save on this third slot, and then these are all possible bad ending spots. So, Hamster Asteroid isn't here to tell me where the bad endings are, so I'm gonna keep going down to save. There's a decent amount of save slots, so that's fine. Of course there is. Duh. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. So here's an interesting thing. Phoenix had a moment of doubt that he quickly cleared up, but Apollo has been struggling with this doubt since he walked away or a little bit before. So that's interesting. As a whole overarching subplot of Dual Destinies itself. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's a big question. Yes. A very good question. What is faith without doubt? What is faith that does not let you doubt? That could end up in a whole separate tangent, but I'll leave that for you. That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. We already knew this though. I believe you're right. Wait. Trials itself, yeah, skepticism. That's a good way to talk about it. It's skepticism about the world and other things. I was also thinking, what was I thinking just then? We've already seen the trials of the way to get the most truth out of cross-questioning from the prosecutor and the defense to reach a combined truth. That was established in the first trilogy very strongly. And then now he's going, oh, we didn't know this, by the way. Your junior partner showed us. This is what it's about, finding the truth. But apparently we can't question and figure this out outside of court. Because there's a hostage situation going on, you know. We seem to be forgetting about the hostage situation. And faith without doubt being very close to skepticism is interesting, yeah. You're a skeptic about things of the world rather than a skeptic about everything you see, I guess. I mean, the same sort of thing. I guess that was a to be continued that took a pee break. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both we go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. It's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Your Uber's arrived, his name is Ernest. Mr. Justice, I vowed to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. Really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if we use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Okay, we're getting back into this part. I feel like that whole in-between part was maybe for people that didn't play the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. It seemed a bit redundant and like, come on, I already know this kind of thing. Especially as proven by Edgeworth coming in, them finding the truth in the previous case. Anyway. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Okay, save here with an extra save. Escape to the trash chute.
Take that!
There, I doubt anyone could have escaped that way. Can you really tell suddenly that is possible? Okay. This is interesting though. They've added in, now you have subordinates, you're going to cross-examine them. So Candace was there. So it could be Yuri Cosmos as the only common element. There is a man that could have an alternate escape route.
Take that!
No? No? I do like the remix Apollo theme though.
Take that!
That's not it either.
Take that!
Okay, so we're trying to point out the obvious. I could only have escaped through the corridor. I'm still sus on that trash chute. That rubbish chute. I really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mrs. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of the argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place a culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. Okay, well I didn't miss something at least. There weren't any other security corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second, what if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? We're calling back to that tiny detail? Okay. What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Let's go then. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Writer, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor beside boarding lounge 2? I don't know. Just outside, like in between, when the bomb went off. There's no other connecting passage, although there's a thick line amongst all of it. Is there room for a third launch pad here? I'm wondering. I'm wondering if there's room for a third launch pad here. Which would make sense if they future-proofed it.
Take that!
Called it. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. I was just trying to think, out of all of the places in that blueprint, wherever it is, whatever, a third launch pad would be at the bottom, even though that's kind of the entrance, but yeah. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah, yeah, do you mean? Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor safety door. Oh, it was up here, not down here. Anyway. It was an alternative place that the culprit could use. How high was that drop, though? Does this guy have Phoenix level of invincibility where he drops from a height and then is fine? I am questioning that, because the only people we've seen with that kind of invincibility is Phoenix himself. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. But we know all of the main character lawyers will have some degree of extra toughness to them. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how possible that would be? The corridors that were with the 3rd floor! See? I'm raising the same argument Apollo is. Yeah, but phones aren't people. Like, come on. Nokia will out-survive people 100%. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death!
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. The ladder? Really?
Take that!
An emergency ladder. That's the only thing I can see working. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. And Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. Oh my goodness. The corridor would have passed by the ladder when the pads were being switched. How would they know that? To plan ahead so much that they'll be ready at the corridor to be able to jump to the ladder. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. What? I thought there would be another emergency ladder that they used, not that it was the same ladder, and leapt into the ladder. What? Oh, who could have imagined? What in the hell is happening here? It seems so many leaps in logic. What an order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Yeah, sure. If you're just some super parkour dude that doesn't plan ahead but is waiting in the corridor. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Yes. Yes, we are. Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. I love that. That's such a good quote. Alright, then name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. Okay, hang on. That's 6 meters. That's doable. Really doable. To 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right? If there was a little bit of drop when he jumped, but the ladder was all the way down, he could have caught himself on the ladder. That is doable. In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. Stop it with the feet. 15.24 meters. Yeah, that's a little bit far. But the jump, 6 meters, it's a bit of a stretch, but say someone was a super ninja phantom dude. Yeah, I can see it. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person will certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind, and we see that he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. He's a sociopath.
Objection!
At least. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and boarded into boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2, which they would be aware of. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. Glug, glug, glug into the glass. Oh. I don't know if you hear the arm moving as much as maybe I feel like it does be. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and the ladder passed by each other. That's... yeah, also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. So they must have had foreknowledge of where that ladder would be. If the timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. We're supposed to win here. Yeah, I think Phoenix is an exception with the surviving a car dash as well. Because he's somehow very invincible in this, abnormally so. But he chose to be a lawyer. Well, this true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. The car dash plus being attacked in the original Phoenix Trilogy and stuff like that. What do you... oh, I didn't read that fully. Why do you always have to point at every flaw? Miss Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha, I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used the alternative escape route and the Phantom Psych profile.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Ryder? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Well, right? You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear? He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. Also, if he's some sort of special spy agent person, he would have the training to know he could clear that gap no problem. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? Yeah, exactly. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure that keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again. This music's pretty cool. Let's see how it sounds for a minute. Right. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? 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 That type of thing. Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was trying to direct Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it's such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Or, J'accuse! Mask theory is still going strong, but what if Master Mask is a title that is also handed down? And I really should connect that together, right? Aura could have been a master masking training type thing. Because he's getting older after 7, 8 years. 9 years even. Whichever one he was introduced in. Miss Blake will lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out right? And do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Was not a man after all. A mystery spy known as Phantom is none other than... It has to be like Aura. Though somehow, I guess the memory could be faulty. But she's like, oh, and this is a very clear memory. And she remembered Blackwell as a man. She must have had like padding on her chest to disguise her gender.
Take that!
Unbelievable, this person is a spy? That's right, we were all completely fooled. Your Honor, please don't be fooled by Mr. Wright here. You picked that person without putting it... Well, I put thought into it. How dare you take me for a foolish fool? Unacceptable. Hey, Francie quote, it was worth it. But I don't, Your Honor, I'll prove it. After the explosion, somebody gave the order to lower that emergency ladder, and the person is a Phantom. Okay. It has to be Fulbright then. I can think of no one else that would be applicable. Hang on, let me make sure I save it, just in case. Oh my goodness, it is Fulbright. I never suspected the detective! After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. So Aura is in... If Aura's in the clear, that means the detective that ordered the ladder to be lowered and not in the other rooms was Fulbright. Which means he's sus. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific object in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. He lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. I never expected Fulbright to be the Phantom. Madness. That is actually an epic reveal. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. To be fair though, he seemed too much a goof character to not have something deeper to him. Yes, as a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion, which is why he can project a hero image so well.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly, we're all taking him by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. We'll find him. What order in the court? Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was in the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab was the only one he ordered to be lowered. I didn't remember that there were ladders in other rooms. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Oh, verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. Hey, I dread with verily. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab. Buffoon! Indeed, a buffoon! I should probably make that a little smaller, shouldn't I? But then also make the sound alerts a little smaller behind that, because they both trigger at the same time. Anyway, let's go. Yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't go for all ladders. I would get if he made sure the robotics lab ladder is lowered, because he knows then that ladder is lowered, so he knows where to jump. But then also allowing other ladders to be dropped seems to make sense. I don't know. He seems like he doesn't think it through as good. That's why we caught him, I guess. Max Wing Buffoon. I just made the visual smaller in the corner. We'll see how that goes. Because we should be able to buffoon. Buffoon! Buffoon! Which I need to make that even smaller again. There. Yeah, arrest this fake. This is how we bring Gumshoe back. All the time, this guy's been sus. Or a fake persona, I should say. It seemed too good to be true. Because he kind of worked with Black Will. Which makes sense in retrospect, doesn't it? Because he's like, I want to work closely with this guy to make sure that... See how closely he is to discovering my identity. Up until his execution date. The only clue to no emotional fluctuation is in this report. Otherwise, I've been using like an all-might voice for him, for want of a better word. Yeah, as far as we know, apart from the voices not being voiced, he was never voiced in an anime cutscene. This is the clue we have that there's no emotional fluctuation. Because even someone with no emotional fluctuation doesn't experience feelings like normal people do, would be able to put on a voice like this to amuse the crowds, to be the hero of Bobby Fulbright. Right to you. And put on the act, even if they have no emotional feelings one way or the other. They would be able to put on the act, which is very effective in this case. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. Why did the door open to the ladder? Wait, there's another thing there. Why did the interior door open at the time where the ladder was? Oh, well, as far as we know through the time, I guess I never questioned it, but Athena never had an analytical psychology against Fulbright, because he was sort of the introductory detective introducing some things to the case, and then as the case went on, there were other witnesses that we analytical psychologied. So I never really questioned that Athena didn't have an analytical psychology session with Fulbright, which is a great cover for him. And yeah, I don't know if Athena ever tried to read him. It never came up that I remember anyway. The implication is Athena tries to read everyone in the witness stand, right? Although there are only certain moments where she goes, oh, the noise is too much. They're lying. Which Bobby Fulbright was also never directly lying. He was representing notes, in this case, from Aura Blackwell. And in previous cases, he was presenting very basic facts that was presented by the police. So there wasn't a reason for him to lie for noise to be found, which is probably also a valid point for that. I don't know if that is a reference to Athena not being as powerful as before. Because when she was a kid, she needed the headphones to be able to block out people's emotions. Now she doesn't. And Simon says that that's because her powers aren't as powerful as before. So that means that she can't pick up on as low on emotions or be able to distinguish between someone without heightened emotions and no emotions compared to before. She's always had powers, generally. Anyway, yeah, his feet will be so tired right now, but that's his job. He stands in court. Or stands at the planner. Sing us a song, you're the planner man. Sing us a song tonight. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's a very small connection. Basically, powers it. Look, it really is. But she got it from being a robot because her mother was designing the robot AI to be able to read human emotions, and then she ported that into her daughter. Yeah, this is the only indication. You know as much as I do, Lock-On. It's kind of a leap in logic. Whereas in the original Phoenix Wright saga or even in Apollo Justice, things seem to have a more logical conclusion than jumping logic like this. Well, she hasn't been confirmed as a robot, but that's my running theory. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That adult-hated detective did all that. Wait, does adult paint mean something else? Because I know paint means bolt, like the top of the head. A foolish or dull-witted person, stupid or confused. Okay. He's not that bad though. He just has this hero complex. Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought. Oh, sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. Pivot eyes! the champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, it's injustice we trust. And his concern for Simon was also all just one big act. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too. That scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? That is a great point. He's the one that put Athena's fingerprints on the lighter. For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Yes, everyone's against him, let's go! Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. It's 1 PM. Yeah, it really is. He's peeking in the Arvo. Oh, why are we having this recess? Give us something then. Maybe a moment with Apollo to talk to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything he did, I... Don't thank me yet. Everyone's feet's on, yeah, true. But they're still standing up, so their feet aren't that tired. Why aren't they sitting on the couch, or the lounge, or whatever you want to call it? On the picture here. They still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Oh, Apollo! It is true that if Apollo didn't interfere, the Phantom probably never would have been caught. Because we wouldn't have picked up on that minuscule detail because we're so focused on Athena being innocent. But also, yeah, the hostages, like, man, what's the priority here? Catching the Phantom or saving the hostages? Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? What is it? No. Could you punch me, please? Well, punch is as good as a kiss or a blind bat. Well, what? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust you. Ouch! Don't be such a dope! See, she slapped him, didn't punch him. That was a slap sound effect. I was really touched by what you did. Now what are you talking about? Yeah, Polly starts bleeding internally again. I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So while I would question some of the things that led to it, I think that moment was really good. That was a really good moment. I think some of the way of getting there was a bit rough in leaps in logic, but that was good how we got there. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? Punches him straight in the face. let's go. You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Yeah, slapping? It's the bright no slap. You know that'll slap sense into people. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Now I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court, yeah. It looks like you finally have some promising young people working under you. Yep, you ought to be Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Yeah, the glasses are back. I don't understand why his glasses left. If he's reading evidence, he should have had his glasses on if they're for reading. Then again, he probably just memorized everything court-related and put his glasses away. He's farsighted? Wait, that actually makes sense. Wait, no. Farsighted means that you're bad at seeing things further away. Yes, that makes sense. Whereas nearsighted means you're bad at reading things close to you. I always get mixed up with that. Because I feel like it should be the opposite way around. Where it says if you're farsighted, you should be able to see things further away from you. At least as far as the English goes. But, yeah. That makes sense. Farsighted is further away from you. You need glasses. So that makes sense. He's put them on again. So throughout the whole time, after he took his glasses off, he's like, I don't even need to see Phoenix. I can just understand from the blobby blur that he is what he's doing and what his emotions are. I get mixed up with those all the time because I don't need glasses, at least at the moment. So I don't know which is which. Well, unless he can't. I don't even know. I'm so confused now. Okay, let's just continue. Aura Blackwell is surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Oh, thank you. That is why we have this break. Tracy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. Wait, she's not being kept... she's not being detained for keeping people in a hostage situation? The heck? I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. Guns could have solved this? No! Keep choosing God? No! Why? But it didn't come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she better not be here to complain about something. Yeah, exactly. Detained for illegal detaining of people. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Ha ha ha! Yes, it's true, the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, doesn't it mean your son trusts the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down. Yeah, she was totally lesbians with Metis. Metis had Athena, was a single mom, because that's how they spell it in this game, instead of mum, and then Metis and Aura had a thing, probably. And then you have this. You have an army of robots. Yeah. Take down Bobby Fulbright. Like, come on. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. He still has the shackles. Why has he not been released yet? Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. Hey, not gonna lie, she is kinda hot. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. No, prisoner king. Yeah, Athena's mom missed out. Then again, all we see of Athena's mom is her in a kimono, which traditionally flattens anime boobs. Oh, we don't have the evidence anymore showing the picture. But a kimono traditionally flattens anime boobs, so she could have had a decent amount if she was not in a kimono. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. Go live in the slammer. Go live in the slammer? What is she, a live streamer now? Well, it's true, isn't it? Because my parents went to Japan and my parents tried on, well, my mum tried on a kimono and it made a big difference. Of course, Aura wanted to snoo her. Who wouldn't want to snoo the psychologist? Because they talk to you like you're a little kid all the time. Dang nabbit, I'm making it worse for myself. There is a psychologist I know that talks to everyone very specifically like they're a little kid that's in church up in Darwin. I won't name them because they're stupid, but it has felt like that to my parents, at least when they talk to me anecdotally. Now an internet legend. Well, there we go. Now an internet legend. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'll probably give me the death penalty. Oh. You know me all too well. So she acknowledges that she'll be going to trial for this. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. Yeah, they are siblings. Simon and Aura Blackwell. Same last name, they're siblings. That's been established. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Yeah, Apollo and Trucia, they're step siblings, but whether they know it or not is unconfirmed yet, which is so annoying to me. Like, I feel like throughout all this game, something to pick up on has been at least a little bit of Thalassa being in contact with her children. Like, come on. Anyway, Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Oh, okay. She's just going straight there. Look. The black could be a dark purple. She has purple hair. She probably dyed her hair for 7 years. Because the picture had her with purple hair too. A natural hair color is not purple, so she must have dyed it. And my hair can be any color? Well, I say she dyed it. Into the ground, lock on. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being a phantom. That's the thing? Instead of you wrapping your mind about how you wanted to fix your mum by taking her apart? I guess you've had years to get used to that, but still. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. Not the right technology, yeah. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand on the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Why would the chief prosecutor not stand in court for the most important of cases, especially these ones that define how the law is going to look in the future? He's a bureaucrat now. Yeah, true. I guess there is that. So, formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? He's unleashed, boys! How long have I waited? Maybe it's a sense of freedom, but even the air smell seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Prepared to go to jail for just murdering Fulbright? I don't have to be able to read his heart to know how happy he is. I'm so happy, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright. Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? Yeah, your perceivability is going to be essential for this next part. The analytical psychology, we know isn't going to be in the next part because it was used in the last part, so we need your perception skill. I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world! Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Oh, it's taking off the jacket too! It was the eye patch, not the jacket. Now he's accepting his true main character heritage. Piccolo mode, it really is! Now this is the Apollo I know. What? Wait, are his arm wounds all fixed? I didn't even know that. He's still got the same clothes on, even though he went to hospital and everything. I guess he has the same outfit like Phineas, but yeah. Welcome back, Apollo! It's almost time for the trial to restart. And though it looks like everything's well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely the first people on the scene 7 years ago and the facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me... Oh, that's a great one. Let's go. I am the law of my court. Words is my body, and wit is my blade. I've defended 100 defendants to reach that one truth. So I pray, unlimited law works! Oh, Spy Family tie-in time will be so good with this. Westaria? Not Westania, I think. Ostania is the main one. It's never happening. We'll make too much money, yeah, exactly. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. But Fate crossed with Ace Attorney would sell like hotcakes. And then a case where you have to prove Lawforger not guilty, even though she did the crime, and then you're playing as your forger, as a spy, pretending to be a defense lawyer to prove her not guilty, would be so good. That would be peak. And then of course, yeah, so much shenanigans. And Anya would be reading people's mind. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. Unlimited Psi works, indeed. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for all to justice today. Alright. As you'll know, that's 27 past 5 on the 20th of December. And that's 27 past 5 in the Arvo. Which I feel like will end this here. Lessons are reconvened. Let me save it just in case. I didn't know if it auto-saved, but this is a stopping point for now.